Hello, travelers. Professor GreyTail here. I know that you have already learned much about our magical world, where good and evil intertwine their wands in an eternal dance. But I am certain I can still surprise you. Night settled softly over the rebuilt towers of Hogwarts, wrapping the ancient stones in a hush that felt almost reverent. Lanterns glowed like small golden moons along the courtyard paths, and the black lake shimmered under a sky of quiet stars. Though the castle bore scars from the great battle only months past, life had begun to pulse again through its halls. Students returned with hope and hesitation, and professors walked with the weariness of those who had seen too much, but with resolve as well. Harry Potter, now in his final year at last, stood near the edge of the courtyard, watching the castle breathe in the dark. There was comfort in its familiar silhouette, yet something in the air felt unsettled, like a whisper half heard. He had sensed it the moment he arrived, a faint tremor through the stones, as if the castle itself remembered something it could not quite speak aloud. Ron and Hermione approached from behind, their steps crunching quietly over the frost-blessed grass. "Still brooding?" Ron asked, nudging him lightly. Harry shook his head. "Just thinking. Something feels strange, like the castle's holding its breath." Hermione frowned a little, the way she always did when confronted with a riddle she could not yet solve. "There have been odd magical readings since term began. Professor Flitwick mentioned it. Spikes of dark resonance beneath the foundations." Ron paled slightly. Dark resonance never means anything good. Couldn't it be something harmless? Like Peeves trying new tricks? But Hermione shook her head. "This is older magic. Deep magic. Something that doesn't belong." Before Harry could reply, a cluster of students passed by, whispering excitedly. Among them walked a tall, quiet boy with raven dark hair and a face that seemed carved from winter shadow. He moved with an odd, wary grace, as though expecting the walls themselves to challenge him. Harry recognized him immediately. Corvin Mulciber, the new transfer who had arrived with no explanation beyond a brief announcement at the welcoming feast. Some students eyed Corvin with suspicion, his surname echoed with memories of Death Eaters, but he kept mostly to himself, speaking little, watching everything. There was something about him that tugged at Harry's instincts. Not fear exactly, but a sense of threads pulling together in ways he did not yet understand. As the group passed, Harry felt a faint shiver, like a cold draft curling beneath his skin. Corvin paused mid-step, his eyes, gray as storm clouds, lifted toward Harry with a sharpness that suggested he too had felt something. For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to a thin line between them. Then Corvin turned away and vanished into the castle's shadowed doorway. Ron exhaled slowly. "That lad gives me the creeps." "He's troubled," Hermione murmured. "There's something heavy about him, as though he's carrying a burden he doesn't know how to put down." Harry didn't answer. He kept his gaze fixed on the doorway long after Corvin had disappeared. The strange shiver lingered in his bones like a warning. Later that night, long after curfew settled over the castle, a tremor rippled through the floor of Gryffindor Tower. It was slight, just enough to rattle a quill on Harry's bedside table. He sat up instantly, wand in hand, listening. A pulse of magic throbbed through the stones again, faint but unmistakable. "Ron," Harry whispered across the dormitory. "Did you feel that?" A groggy mumble rose in response. "Feel what?" Another tremor, stronger this time, rippled through the walls. The lantern flames flickered. Somewhere in the castle, a deep note sounded, as though a buried bell had been struck. Harry swung his legs out of bed, heart pounding. This was no ordinary disturbance. Something ancient had stirred, brushing the edges of the castle like a waking dream. He moved to the window and pushed it open. Cold night air rushed in, carrying a distant echo, almost like a whisper rising from the depths below Hogwarts. A whisper shaped by intent. A whisper shaped by dark memory. Harry froze. The sensation wasn't just magic. It felt like a presence, familiar and unwelcome, brushing against his thoughts with a touch both cold and hungry. He recoiled, breath shallow. The echo faded, but its imprint remained, sharp as a shadow, cast by a flame he thought long extinguished. Somewhere beneath Hogwarts, something connected to Voldemort had stirred, and it was not content to sleep. Harry closed the window, jaw set. The conflict had formed as clearly as moonlight on water. Something dark had awakened beneath the castle, and whatever it was calling out to someone. And Harry feared he already knew who. Dawn crept over the castle in pale gold, but the unsettling tremor of the night lingered in Harry's thoughts like a bruise. The great hall buzzed with morning clatter, yet beneath the sound of spoons and teacups ran a thin thread of quiet tension. Students exchanged uncertain glances, whispering of flickering lights, shifting staircases, and strange echoes that had disturbed the hours before sunrise. Harry slid onto the bench beside Ron and Hermione. "Everyone felt it," Hermione murmured. "Even the portraits complained. Sir Cadogan claims a shadow galloped through his frame in the night." Ron swallowed a mouthful of porridge. Brilliant. As if living in a castle full of secret tunnels wasn't enough. Before Harry could reply, the tall wooden doors swept open with a low groan. Corvin Mulciber entered, shoulders stiff, gaze fixed on the floor. A faint pallor clung to him, as though he had not slept at all. Students shifted away instinctively, leaving him a lonely stretch of space as he passed. Harry watched him closely. The night's strange presence had reached for someone. Of that he was certain, and Corvin moved like a boy walking beneath the weight of an invisible hand. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall rose. Her voice echoed through the hall with calm authority. "Some of you may have noticed disturbances during the night," she said. "The castle wards detected a surge of unstable magic. Professors will be investigating, and students are advised to remain alert. Should you notice anything unusual, report it immediately." Her eyes flickered briefly toward Corvin, subtle, but Harry saw it. After breakfast, classes resumed, though a sense of strained vigilance followed the students through each corridor. By afternoon, Harry and his friends found themselves hurrying across the courtyard toward defense against the dark arts. Leaves skittered across the flagstones in a restless wind, though the sky was calm. As they neared the entrance, Harry paused. Corvin stood alone near an archway, one hand braced against the stone as though steadying himself. His face was tight with something more than fatigue. Hermione whispered, "He looks ill." Harry stepped forward. "Corvin, are you all right?" The boy's eyes lifted. For a moment, Harry saw not storm-gray irises, but something darker swirling within them, like shadows curling against candlelight. Then it was gone. "I'm fine," Corvin said, though his voice trembled slightly. "Just headaches, new place, too much noise." But Harry felt again that cold thread of magic, the same that brushed against him during the night. It clung faintly to Corvin like frost. Before Harry could press further, Professor Longbottom called from inside the classroom, urging students to enter. Corvin slipped past without another word. During the lesson, Harry struggled to focus. Shadows pooled oddly at the edges of the room, gathering in corners where none should form. Once, Corvin's wand sparked with a burst of dark purple light instead of the standard blue, drawing startled murmurs. The moment the spell fizzled, Corvin flinched as though struck. Ron leaned toward Harry. "That wasn't normal." "No," Harry said softly. "It wasn't." When class ended, Corvin left swiftly, vanishing into the flow of students. Harry, Ron, and Hermione lingered behind. Hermione lowered her voice. "Whatever awakened beneath the castle, it's affecting him. We need to find the source." Harry nodded. The tremor came from deep below, the lower levels, maybe even older tunnels, somewhere connected to Vold. He stopped himself, though the name hung between them like smoke. Ron grimaced. "You think this is one of his old tricks?" "Not a trick," Harry said. "More like a remnant." That evening, the three made their way to the library. Dust floated in quiet halos around lanterns as they combed through texts on ancient magic, castle history, and forgotten chambers. Hermione traced her fingers over brittle parchment. "Here," she whispered. An early record of Hogwarts mentions a sealed region below the lower dungeons, constructed long before the founders completed the main fortress. It says the place was abandoned due to unsettled enchantments that none dared unravel. Ron shivered. Brilliant. Old cursed tunnels. Just what we needed. Harry leaned closer. "Do the maps show where the entrance is?" Hermione pointed to a faded sketch. "Somewhere behind the deepest potion stores. But the wall hasn't opened in centuries." Harry sensed the story's thread tightening, conflict gathering with purpose. Whatever stirred below had waited for a time of weakness, or for the right person. And Corvin, with his haunted eyes and lingering shadow, seemed woven into its design. Before they could discuss further, a sudden crash echoed through the silent library. Books toppled from a high shelf. A gust of cold wind swept through the aisles, extinguishing several lanterns. Ron jumped. "Tell me that was Peeves." But Harry knew better. The cold was the same he had felt at dawn, the same that clung to Corvin. They approached the fallen books cautiously. On the floor lay a single tome that had opened by itself. Its pages fluttered as though stirred by invisible breath. Hermione knelt to read the faded script. Her face went pale. "It's a record of bloodline enchantments," she whispered. "Spells crafted to bind magic to descendants, strengthening or corrupting them." As her fingers traced the ink, a faint symbol glowed upon the page, a serpent coiled around a broken crown. Harry's pulse quickened. He had seen that symbol before, in memories tied to darkness. Someone had tampered with bloodlines. Someone had prepared a legacy. The chill deepened, as though the castle itself reacted to the discovery. Harry whispered, "Whatever has awakened, it's searching for its heir." And in his heart, he feared that Heir already walked the halls above, unaware of the darkness tugging at his very name. Night deepened over Hogwarts once more, pressing its quiet weight upon the castle stones. The three friends left the library with hurried steps, for the air inside had grown thick with unease, as though the very shelves wished to drive them out. They retreated to the Gryffindor common room, where the fire flickered in restless bursts and shadows quivered on the walls. Hermione set the ancient tome upon a table. Its pages no longer fluttered, but Harry felt the same cold thread of magic lingering around it, thin as a whisper, yet sharp as a needle. "We have proof now," she murmured. "Someone tampered with bloodlines, intentionally. This symbol..." She touched the serpent coiling around the broken crown. "It signifies domination over identity, magic that claims a person's will." Ron swallowed hard. So Corvin might be tied to this, whatever it is, by blood? Harry gazed at the dancing firelight. Not just tied, chosen, or rather, captured. Silence settled heavily between them. Outside the tall windows, the wind began to stir, rising in sudden hollow sighs that rattled the glass. It felt as though the castle breathed uneasily. At last, Hermione closed the book. We need to watch him, quietly. If the magic is influencing him, he might not realize it. Harry nodded. The conflict had become clearer than ever. Something ancient had awakened below the castle, and its shadow reached steadily for Corvin Mulciber. If they did nothing, its hold might soon tighten beyond saving. The three parted for the night. Yet sleep did not come easily to Harry. He dreamed of stone corridors twisting into darkness, of whispered voices calling from beneath the floor, and of a pale figure standing alone in the shadows, Corvin, reaching out to something he could not see. He awoke before dawn, breath unsteady. A faint glow seeped around the curtains, though the sky outside should still have been dark. Harry rose and crossed the room. When he pulled aside the curtain, the light vanished instantly, as though it had been snuffed out. A trick of the eye, perhaps, but Harry had learned long ago that such things rarely were. Later that morning, students gathered for potions in the cold depths beneath the castle. The air smelled of damp stone and simmering brews. Professor Slughorn's voice rolled warmly through the dungeon, but Harry barely heard it. His gaze kept drifting to Corvin, who sat 2 tables away, shoulders tense, hands clenched tightly around his quill. Midway through the lesson, a cauldron cracked with a sharp report. Ron jolted so violently he nearly spilled his entire mixture. Purple fumes curled through the dungeon like serpents, and Slughorn rushed to contain the mess. Yet Harry noticed something else. Corvin's expression twisted as if struck by invisible force. His hand rose to his temple, and he winced in pain. A faint shadow rippled over the stones beneath his feet, as though drawn toward him. Harry stepped closer. Corvin, are you feeling all right? Corvin lifted his head slowly. His eyes looked hollow, rimmed with dark circles. It's nothing, he murmured. Just echoes. Echoes of what? Harry pressed. Corvin hesitated, breaths shallow. I hear things at night. Not voices exactly, more like memories that aren't mine. His gaze dropped to the stone floor. They call to me from below, as if they know me. Harry felt the weight of that admission settle heavily upon the room. Have you told anyone? Corvin shook his head. They're only dreams, or so I keep trying to tell myself. Before Harry could speak again, the dungeon shuddered with a deep, resonant pulse. Bottles rattled on shelves. A cauldron slid several inches across a table. Students cried out in alarm as the torches flickered wildly. The pulse came again, stronger, like a heartbeat rising from beneath the earth. Slughorn bellowed for calm, though his own voice trembled. The tremor subsided after several breaths, leaving the dungeon steeped in uneasy silence. Harry's heart pounded. This pulse had been stronger than any before. Urgent, unmistakable. He turned toward Corvin and saw the boy staring at the floor as though seeing through it into unfathomable depths. His expression was caught between dread and strange fascination. When class dismissed, Corvin slipped away before Harry could catch him. Ron exhaled shakily. This is getting worse. If something down there is waking up, we can't just stand around waiting for it to climb out. Hermione nodded grimly. We must find the entrance to those sealed tunnels, and soon. That evening, armed with lanterns and the knowledge gleaned from old maps, the trio ventured deep into the lower potion stores. Dust coated the shelves, and the air felt still, untouched by breath or breeze. The only sound was the faint crackle from their lanterns. At the far end of the chamber stood a wall of ancient stone, rougher and darker than the rest. Hermione raised the lantern higher. "This is the place. The old sketches mark an entrance here." Ron ran a hand over the surface. "It's solid. No cracks, no hinges. Just wall." Harry stepped forward, letting his palm rest against the cold stone. A faint tremor hummed through it, so slight Ron and Hermione might not have sensed it, but to Harry, it pulsed like a hidden drumbeat. He spoke softly. "There's something behind this. Watching. Waiting." Hermione drew her wand. "If the Founders sealed this place, there must be a binding enchantment. We should try a revealing charm." She traced a careful pattern through the air. Light flared against the wall, and runes appeared, carved deep beneath centuries of dust. Twisted sigils, serpentine and angular, glimmered faintly as though listening. Ron stepped back. "That doesn't look friendly." Harry studied the runes. They felt wrong, sharp, cold, hungry. "These aren't the Founders' symbols," he said quietly. "They're older and darker." Before they could inspect further, a sudden thud echoed from the corridor behind them. Footsteps. Slow, uneven. Corvin emerged from the shadows. His face was pale as moonlight, his eyes haunted. "I followed you," he whispered. "I think this place is calling me. I can't shut it out anymore." Harry stepped forward. "Corvin, whatever is pulling you, fight it. We'll help you, but you must stay with us." Corvin's gaze moved to the runes glowing on the wall. His breath caught. "I've seen these in my dreams." The runes brightened as he approached, their cold light pulsing like a heartbeat. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. "It's reacting to him." The air grew thick with unseen pressure. The runes flared again, brighter, sharper. Then the stone wall shuddered. A seam cracked open through its center. Dust cascaded like falling ash. Beyond the widening gap stretched a dark corridor descending into depths untouched by time. Harry took a breath, steady and resolute. The conflict that had stirred through dreams and shadows now stood before them in stone and darkness. Something waited below, something tied to Corvin's blood, and they had no choice but to face it. The newly opened passage exhaled a breath of cold air, stale with ages-long silence. Harry felt it curl across his skin, like the chill of a forgotten grave. Corvin stood closest to the crack in the wall, his gaze pulled downward into the dark like iron to a magnet. For a moment, Harry feared the boy might step forward without a word and vanish entirely. Harry reached for his shoulder. "Stay with us. You're not going down there alone." Corvin blinked as though waking. He nodded faintly, though his hands trembled. Ron swallowed hard. "Right then, into the terrifying ancient tunnel we go, because of course we do." Hermione lifted her lantern high. "Stay close. We don't know what protections lie beyond." Together they crossed the threshold. The opening sealed behind them with a soft, grinding sigh, as though the tunnel accepted them only on its own terms. Their lanterns cast narrow circles of gold upon jagged walls, revealing stonework older and rougher than anything in the known dungeons. The corridor sloped downward in a series of sharp turns. Strange runes were etched into the walls, crooked symbols that seemed to shift when viewed from the corner of the eye. The air grew colder with every step, until their breaths drifted like faint silver mist. Ron shivered violently. "Feels like walking into the lungs of a dragon." Hermione whispered. These markings, they're meant for containment. But whatever they were trying to hold back, the magic has decayed. Harry nodded. The pulsing presence he had felt near Corvin now thrummed faintly ahead, steady and rhythmic, like a beacon calling its bearer home. Corvin moved quietly, but tension coiled through his posture. I can hear it, he murmured, not with ears, but here. He touched his temple, like someone pacing inside my thoughts. Harry walked beside him. Try to resist it. I am, Corvin said softly, but it knows I'm here now. They descended deeper. At length, the corridor widened into a cavernous chamber. Their lantern light flickered against towering pillars carved from black stone. The floor was covered in dust so thick it muffled their steps, untouched by human tread for centuries. In the center stood a raised platform, circular and carved with the serpent and crown sigil. Above it, suspended in the air by no visible support, glowed a small orb of pale, ghost-like light. It pulsed gently, almost like breathing. Hermione's voice trembled despite her discipline. It's a memory construct, but unlike any pensive magic I've seen, it's alive with something else. Corvin stepped closer. The orb brightened in response. Harry reached for his arm. Careful. But Corvin shook his head. It recognizes me. The orb flashed. A beam of white light lanced toward him, striking his chest. He gasped, but instead of pain, a flood of images poured into the chamber, swirling like spectral smoke. The light coalesced into a towering figure cloaked in shadow. A voice, cold, deliberate, echoed through the chamber. It was Voldemort's voice, not alive, not conscious, but preserved in magic like a venom set aside for future use. My legacy shall not end with my mortal form, the spectral echo proclaimed. Blood may betray me, servants may fail me, but memory obeys. Should my fall ever come, this seed shall awaken. It shall seek my heir, for in my line lies power unbroken. Ron stumbled backward. He made a magical echo of himself? Hermione whispered, horrified. A memory bound to find a descendant. He must have created it long before his first rise. The apparition continued, its form flickering like flame in wind. The heir of my blood shall complete what I began. Should weakness plague him, the memory will guide him. Should doubt take root, the memory will strengthen him. And should he resist? The figure's eyes glowed like embers. The memory will consume him. The light snapped out. The orb dimmed. Silence fell. Thick, suffocating. Corvin stood frozen, breathing fast. I didn't know. My family never told me. His voice cracked. I'm not a dark wizard. I don't want to be. Harry placed a firm hand on his shoulder. You are not bound to his will. Magic doesn't decide who you become. But Corvin's expression twisted with fear. You didn't feel it. When the light touched me, something inside me answered. The orb pulsed again, stronger this time. The cavern trembled. Hermione cried out, It's activating! The memory wants to merge with him! Harry raised his wand. Stand back! The orb released another surge of light, but this time, Harry stepped between Corvin and the blast. The spell struck him squarely. Pain lanced through his body, cold and sharp, like winter wind cutting through bone. Images flooded his mind. Voldemort casting ancient spells, weaving the cavern's enchantments, whispering dark incantations into the very stones, and beneath it all, a thread of purpose. The memories sought the air not merely to guide, but to mold, to overwrite. Harry staggered but held his ground. Ron grabbed him. Harry, are you all right? Harry nodded, though the echo of Voldemort's presence burned faintly behind his eyes. It tried to push through, but it wasn't meant for me. I slowed it, but it's still reaching for him. Corvin clutched his head, breath shallow. I hear it louder now. It wants in. Hermione's mind raced visibly. The platform, it's part of the binding magic. Perhaps if we disrupt the symbols. Her suggestion was cut short. The orb flared violently. The entire chamber vibrated, dust swirling in frantic spirals. The runes along the walls ignited in sickly green light. The ancient containment spells, weakened by time, struggled against the awakening force. Harry shouted, "We have to move! The chamber's becoming unstable!" But Corvin remained rooted, eyes wide with terror. "It's pulling me! I can't... Harry, I can't stop it!" Harry seized his arm. "You're not alone! Fight it!" The orb's light streamed toward them like reaching claws. Ron hurled a spell, Hermione another, but the magic dissolved uselessly against the torrent. The ground cracked beneath the platform. Stone split like brittle ice. From the fissures rose a faint, whispering mist, gray and coiling. The memory was breaking free. Harry dragged Corvin backward as the chamber roared with rising power. The last thing he saw before they fled into the tunnel was the orb collapsing inward, its light tightening like a coiled serpent preparing to strike. Something terrible had awakened, and it would not return to sleep until it claimed its heir. The tunnel swallowed them in darkness as they fled, their lantern flames trembling wildly in the rushing air. Behind them, the chamber thundered with a low, rising howl, as if the very earth had drawn breath. Dust chased their heels in swirling clouds, and the cold presence of the awakened memory pressed closer with every step. Ron gasped between breaths. "It's coming after us, whatever that thing is," Hermione shouted over the rumbling stone. "It's not fully formed yet. The memory is trying to take shape, but it needs Corvin to complete itself." Corvin stumbled, and Harry caught him before he fell. The boy's face was a mask of dread, pale and sweat-streaked. "It's inside my thoughts," Corvin whispered. "It knows my fears. It whispers what I could become." Harry tightened his grip. "Then shut it out. Keep your mind your own." The tunnel twisted sharply, and they nearly collided with the ancient wall. Lantern light shook across the stones, revealing new runes glowing faintly. Warnings or boundaries, Harry could not tell. The floor vibrated beneath them, pebbles rattling like teeth in a jar. A sudden blast of cold wind chased through the passage. The lanterns dimmed to nearly nothing. Whispered words threaded through the air. Fragments of spells Harry recognized from memories he wished he had never carried. The echo of Voldemort's voice, thin, distorted, slithered across the stone. "Come, child of my blood, the darkness remembers you." Corvin jolted as though struck. Harry pulled him forward, refusing to let the boy falter. At last, they reached the place where the sealed wall had stood, but now a new barrier awaited them. The stones had shifted into a smooth, unbroken surface, as though the castle itself sought to trap them. Ron swore under his breath. "We're cornered. The entrance closed behind us." Hermione stepped forward, wand raised. "The castle is trying to contain the disturbance. If we can persuade the enchantments, we're not part of the threat." But before she could finish, the stone wall shuddered and split just enough to reveal a thin fracture of open space. A restless moan of air seeped through it. It was not an invitation, more a warning. Harry pushed Corvin through first. "Move, all of you." They squeezed through the crack, emerging at last into the dim rear halls of the lower potion stores. Behind them, the wall sealed once more, leaving no sign it had ever opened. Silence settled, deep and breathless. Then Corvin staggered against a shelf, bracing himself. His breath came in shallow gasps. It's not gone, he whispered. The memory followed me. It's quieter, but still there, like a hand pressed against the back of my mind. Hermione turned to him with gentle urgency. Corvin, listen to me. Magic tied to bloodline can be resisted. You are not a vessel unless you allow yourself to be. Corvin laughed bitterly, the sound brittle. Easy words from someone who isn't haunted by a monster's voice. Harry stepped closer. You're not alone in this. Voldemort tried to mark me, shape me, control me. But I chose who I became. You can too. The boy looked up slowly. Fear still clouded his expression, yet a flicker of determination stirred beneath it. Then help me, he whispered, before it's too late. Ron ran a hand through his hair. Right then, what's the plan? Because I don't fancy being chased by magical ghosts much longer. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment, thinking deeply. The orb was a memory core, an anchored fragment of consciousness. It cannot fully manifest without merging with Corvin, but the binding spell looked unstable. Voldemort may have crafted it before he fully understood the depth of soul magic. Harry nodded. So the spell can fail, and we have to make it fail before it completes the merge. Footsteps echoed faintly from the corridor beyond. Startled, they turned, but it was only Professor McGonagall, lantern in hand, moving briskly through the shadows. Her sharp gaze immediately fixed upon them. Potter, Weasley, Granger. Her eyes narrowed further when they fell upon Corvin. What exactly are you four doing in these restricted halls? Harry straightened himself. Professor, something has awakened beneath the castle. McGonagall's expression did not soften. Yes, we are aware of the disturbances. Professors Flitwick and Vector are attempting to stabilize the wards. Hermione stepped forward. The source lies in sealed tunnels beyond the potion stores. We found an ancient memory construct created by Voldemort. It's seeking Corvin. McGonagall's lantern dimmed, as though responding to the gravity of those words. Her face paled, but she did not flinch. Show me. Harry exchanged a grim look with the others. We can't. The passage sealed itself again. For a moment, McGonagall's stern mask slipped, revealing fear she rarely allowed others to see. That magic is older than any of us, she murmured. Older than the Founders, perhaps. If Voldemort tampered with it. Corvin bowed his head. He tampered with me, too. McGonagall approached the boy. Her voice softened, not gentle, but resolute. You are not your family's shadows, Mr. Mulciber. Hogwarts stands to protect its students. You will not be abandoned. Corvin's throat tightened. He nodded, though uncertainty still wavered in his eyes. McGonagall straightened once more. Return to your dormitories. I must speak with the staff. No student is permitted near these lower halls until the danger is contained. Do you understand? They nodded, though Harry's heart burned with the knowledge that the danger was far from contained, and that they were now part of it whether they wished to be or not. Back in Gryffindor Tower, night crept once more across the sky, yet sleep eluded them. Harry sat by the fire while Ron dozed uneasily, and Hermione pored over old books fetched from the library. At length, she closed one with a quiet thud. Harry, she whispered, the memory core isn't merely a message, it's a tether. Voldemort crafted it to bind his will to a living heir. If the merge completes, Corvin may lose himself entirely. Harry's jaw tightened. Then we'll stop it, whatever it takes. A soft knock sounded at the portrait hole. Harry rose at once. Sliding open the door, he found Corvin standing alone in the corridor, cloaked in dim torchlight. His eyes glowed faintly, not with magic, but with fear so deep it hollowed him. "I can't stay in the dormitory," he whispered. "It's louder now. The memory keeps pushing. I'm afraid I'll stop fighting it." Harry stepped aside to let him in. "Then we'll face it together." But even as the fire crackled and warmth filled the room, Harry felt a new pulse echo faintly through the stones beneath them. A warning, steady and cold. The memory had not given up. It had only begun to hunt. The fire in the Gryffindor common room burned low, its embers glowing like watchful eyes. Corvin sat near the hearth, hunched forward, his hands clasped so tightly the knuckles blanched. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered around him, the room quiet, except for the faint crackle of flames and the distant murmur of portraits shifting in their frames. Corvin spoke in a low, strained voice. "Every hour it grows stronger. The whispers become words, and the words, they feel like commands." His gaze lifted, hollow and frightened. "What if I obey them? What if I become the heir that thing wants?" Harry met his eyes with steady resolve. "You won't. You came to us. That proves you're fighting." But Corvin shook his head. "I came because I'm afraid of myself." Hermione leaned forward gently. "Fear doesn't make you dangerous. It means you still know the difference between your will and the one trying to override it. That is your strength." Ron added, "And we're not letting some half-baked magical ghost turn you into a second you-know-who. Not happening." A faint, humorless smile tugged at Corvin's lips, then faded almost at once. "You don't understand. When the memory pressed into my mind earlier, it showed me power beyond anything I've ever imagined. It whispered that I was meant for it. And for a moment, just a moment, I wanted it." Silence tightened around them. Harry spoke softly. "Dark magic tempts with what it thinks we desire, but wanting isn't choosing, and you still have a choice." Corvin bowed his head, shaking slightly. Before they could say more, the fire suddenly snapped upward in a burst of green sparks, as though struck by an invisible force. The flames twisted unnaturally, rising into thin spirals that writhed like serpents, the air chilled by several degrees. Hermione gasped. "It's probing for him, even up here." The flames collapsed back into their normal shape, though the cold remained. Harry stood. The memory's tether to Corvin is strengthening. If we wait, it will take him. Ron looked between them. "We need a plan. Something more than just sitting around hoping the castle sorts itself out." Hermione gathered her thoughts quickly. "We must return to the sealed chamber. We need to understand the binding spell fully. Perhaps we can sever the tether before it completes its merge." Harry nodded. "The passage sealed behind us, but the castle let us through once. It may do so again, especially if the danger grows." Corvin rose unsteadily. "If going down there is the only way, then I'll go. I won't run from it." Hermione touched his arm. "You don't face it alone." They waited until the castle settled into late-night silence. Then, cloaked and cautious, the four slipped from the tower and made their way through winding halls dimly lit by fading torches. The castle creaked softly as they passed, as though aware of their purpose. When they reached the lower potion stores, the air felt heavier, charged with the same cold magic as before. Shadows stretched strangely along the walls, their shapes distorted and long. Harry placed a hand on the stone where the hidden entrance had vanished. "Let us through," he whispered. "This magic threatens one of your own." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, A thin crack etched itself across the stone. Dust spilled forth, and the wall shifted aside just enough for them to slip through. Ron muttered, "I'll never get used to the castle listening." They entered the narrow tunnel once more. The descent felt steeper than before, as if the passage had changed its shape. The faint hum of magic thrummed faintly through the air, growing stronger with each step. Corvin faltered suddenly, gripping his head. "It's louder here. It knows I've come." Harry steadied him. "Use our voices to drown it out. Keep your thoughts on this moment. On us." Corvin nodded weakly and forced himself onward. When they reached the cavern, it had changed. The pillars of dark stone seemed taller, twisted somehow, and the dust that once blanketed the floor had been swept aside in spiraling patterns, like the marks of a great wind or a violent stirring. And at the center, the platform pulsed with pale light. The orb had grown larger, no longer a small sphere, but a swirling mass of silver mist bound tightly at its core. Wisps coiled outward, reaching toward empty air, testing for the presence of the air it sought. Hermione inhaled sharply. "It's unstable." And awakening far faster than before. As they stepped closer, the orb's light flared with sudden intensity. A whisper rang through the chamber. "He comes." Corvin froze, his body tightening under invisible pressure. The whisper grew louder, spiraling into his mind. Ron raised his wand. "Harry, it's grabbing him." The mist lashed outward, forming tendrils of bright, shifting magic that snaked around Corvin like spectral vines. He cried out as they closed upon him. Harry lunged forward, gripping Corvin's arm. "Fight it! Don't give it space!" Hermione shouted incantations, trying to break the tendrils, but the magic defied interference. Each spell dissolved into sparks before it touched the orb's influence. The chamber rumbled as the memory core forced its will outward, the voice growing clearer, still Voldemort's, yet twisted and hollow, a lingering fragment rather than a living presence. "You are of my line. You are my continuation. Yield and become what you were meant to be." Corvin shook violently. "No, I won't be you. I won't." Harry's grip tightened. "Hold on. Corvin, listen to me. Look at me." Through trembling breath, Corvin managed to lift his eyes. Harry spoke firmly, each word anchored like a lifeline. "You are not his creation. You are not his heir unless you choose to be. The memory is a shadow. It can only take what you surrender." "I'm trying," Corvin gasped. "But it's stronger." Hermione's voice cut through the rising chaos. "Then we must weaken it at the source." She pointed her wand at the platform's carved sigils. "The binding spell connects the memory to the air. If we disrupt these symbols, we may sever the link." Ron joined her instantly, preparing spells. Harry steadied Corvin. "Hold on, just a moment longer." Hermione and Ron struck the platform with twin spells, breaking, scorching, cracking the ancient carvings. Light burst from the stone in violent arcs. The orb shrieked, not with sound, but with a psychic cry that rattled the bones of the chamber. The tendrils loosened around Corvin. Hermione shouted, "Again!" They struck the platform once more. More sigils broke. More of the tether unraveled. Corvin sagged against Harry, gasping as the tendrils withdrew. But the orb did not die. It contracted sharply, its entire mass compressing inward into a dense, blazing core of silver fire. Harry realized the danger at once. It's preparing a final surge. One last attempt to claim him. Hermione looked horrified. If it merges in this state, it may destroy his mind. The chamber trembled as the orb's light climbed toward brilliance. Corvin reached for Harry's cloak. "If it comes to me again, don't let it have me, even if—" Harry cut him off at once, We're not losing you." The orb ignited. Light flooded the chamber in a wave of silver fire, rushing toward them with unstoppable force, and as it struck, everything vanished into blinding white. White light engulfed everything, blinding, roaring, absolute. It thundered inside Harry's skull, swallowing sight and sound until the world became nothing but searing brilliance. For a breathless moment, he felt suspended in emptiness, untethered from air, gravity, even thought itself. Then the light fractured. Shards of memory, voices, faces, fragments of spells, whirled around him like broken glass caught in a storm. He glimpsed flashes of Voldemort's past, ancient rituals carried out in hidden chambers, runes inscribed in blood, a young boy with cold eyes studying forbidden tomes. None of it belonged to Harry, yet it pressed against him with crushing intensity. A voice echoed through the void, hollow as a distant scream. "He is mine." Harry fought it with every strand of will he possessed. The brightness began to dim at last, draining away like water through a cracked basin. Darkness seeped into the space around him until the blinding glare shrank into a single glowing sphere, still pulsing with malice. Shapes reformed through the gloom. The cavern returned piece by piece. First the black pillars, then the broken platform. Finally the stone walls, trembling from the force of the blast. Dust drifted through the air in a gray cloud. Harry staggered to his knees, chest heaving. His vision swam. Hermione coughed somewhere to his left. "Is everyone together?" "More or less," Ron groaned, sprawled across the floor. "Blimey, my eyebrows are singing." Harry blinked hard, searching the dimness. "Corvin! Where's Corvin?" A faint cry answered him. Harry forced himself upright, stumbling toward the sound. Corvin lay crumpled near the base of a pillar, half covered in drifting dust. His breathing was shallow, and tendrils of pale light clung to him like wisps of fog. Harry knelt beside him. "Corvin, can you hear me?" The boy's eyelids fluttered. "It didn't take me," he whispered weakly. "Not fully, but it's still inside. Angry, wounded." Hermione limped closer, holding her lantern, which flickered weakly. "The blast weakened the memory core. You resisted enough to disrupt the merge, but it hasn't vanished. It's searching for another way." Ron rubbed his aching head. "What does that mean? That thing's still alive?" Hermione nodded grimly. "Alive isn't the right word, but it still exists, and now it's desperate." A low tremor rolled across the floor, subtle but menacing. Dust sifted down from the cavern ceiling. Harry helped Corvin sit up. "We need to get out before the whole place collapses." But Corvin shook his head, fear sparking in his gaze. "If we leave now, the memory will follow me. Every step, every breath. It'll wait until I'm asleep, or alone, or weak. Then it'll finish what it began." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but the truth of Corvin's words rang coldly in the air. The memory core was bound to him. Its purpose was singular and relentless. Hermione looked around the cavern thoughtfully. This chamber was designed to contain the spell. Breaking the sigils damaged the memory's anchor, but perhaps there's something else here, something older, that can help us sever the bond for good. Ron eyed the trembling ceiling. "We're going to look around now? While the chamber tries to crush us?" "If we don't," Hermione said quietly, "Corvin may not survive the night." Ron went silent. Harry stood and offered Corvin his hand. "Stay close. We're finishing this." They spread out across the cavern, examining the pillars and walls. Strange markings, etched into the stone, gleamed faintly under lantern light. Many were worn by time, but some remained sharp and deliberate. Symbols older than Hogwarts, older than any magic they had studied. Hermione traced her fingertips along one. These aren't dark spells. They're protective. Ancient. Whoever built this place didn't create the memory core. They tried to contain it. Harry's brow furrowed. So Voldemort found something here, something powerful, and twisted it. Yes, Hermione whispered. He corrupted the containment ward into a vessel for himself. Ron grimaced. That sounds exactly like something he'd do. A sudden pulse of cold air surged through the chamber. Corvin cried out and clutched his chest as if stabbed by unseen claws. Wisps of silver mist seeped from his fingertips, drifting toward the shattered platform. Harry rushed to him. "It's pulling you again! Hermione!" She scanned the glowing sigils. There must be a counterforce, something that can bind the memory without connecting to Corvin. Her eyes widened. There, on the far pillar, the seal of isolation. Ron squinted at the ancient symbol. And that does what? It traps magical consciousness inside itself, Hermione said. Like a prison. If we can activate it, it may trap the memory core completely. Harry steadied Corvin. "Tell us what to do." Hermione moved to the pillar and raised her wand. "I'll need both of you to help channel power into the seal. Harry, Ron, stand beside me." They obeyed instantly. Hermione spoke with fierce clarity. "On my mark, release steady magic into the carving. And Corvin, stay back. This spell targets the memory inside you. It may lash out." Corvin backed away, trembling. "Just do it, please." Hermione drew a deep breath. "Now!" 3 beams of light burst from their wands, converging upon the ancient sigil. The symbol flared, lines glowing like molten gold. The cavern shuddered violently. The swirling mist that had begun to gather at the platform recoiled, drawn instead toward the awakened seal. A piercing cry echoed through the cavern. Not Corvin's voice, nor anything human. The memory core fought. Silver flames whipped across the air, striking at Harry and Hermione with vicious intent. Ron shielded them, gritting his teeth as sparks scorched the stone floor. Corvin fell to his knees, gasping, "It's tearing at me! It won't go!" The seal brightened, pulling harder. Hermione shouted, "Corvin, push it away! Give it nothing to hold!" He pressed his hands to the floor, trembling with effort. "Get out of my mind!" A burst of force erupted from him, raw, bright, desperate. The silver mist shrieked as it tore free of his body, flung toward the glowing sigil. The seal expanded, wrapping around the mist in bands of golden light. One last psychic scream filled the chamber. Then silence. The sigil dimmed and sealed shut, trapping the memory core within the ancient stone. Corvin collapsed. Harry caught him before he struck the ground. "It's over," he whispered. "You did it." Corvin's breath trembled. "For now," he murmured faintly. "But I felt it fighting. It isn't destroyed, only imprisoned." Hermione joined them, her face pale but relieved. "That's enough. You're safe. The memory can no longer reach you." But even as she spoke, the cavern rumbled with slow, ominous force. Cracks snaked across the walls. Dust poured from above. Ron pointed upward. Looks like we broke the whole place by accident." Harry hefted Corvin onto his feet. "We need to go. Now!" As they fled the chamber, the ancient seal gleamed faintly behind them, pulsing like a heartbeat in stone. And though they did not look back, each of them felt a cold truth sink deep. The fragment of Voldemort's will was locked away, but not gone. The cavern groaned like a waking giant, its ancient stones shifting under the weight of centuries. Harry led the way through the narrowing passage, half dragging, half guiding Corvin, while Ron and Hermione brought up the rear. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and long fissures streaked across the walls like jagged lightning. "Keep moving," Harry shouted, his voice echoing through the collapsing tunnel. Behind them, the distant rumble of falling rock thundered through the dark. The air thickened with dust, and their lantern light fluttered like a dying heartbeat. Corvin stumbled. I can't." Harry tightened his grip. "You can. We're almost out." Ron coughed against the swirling dust. "If almost means another 100 cursed steps, then yes, we're nearly free." Hermione cast protective charms ahead of them, shielding the narrow walkway from falling debris. The tunnel, once a silent path of cold stone, had twisted into a living thing, groaning, shuddering, resisting their escape. A boulder the size of a cauldron crashed down just behind Ron. He yelped and leapt forward. "Move faster! This place is trying to bury us!" Finally, a faint line of torchlight bled through the dust ahead. The hidden entrance was open, whether by magic or sheer luck, none could say. They squeezed through the crack, tumbling into the lower potion stores. The stone wall slammed shut behind them with a thunderous finality. Silence fell. Only the sound of their ragged breathing filled the chamber. Hermione leaned against a shelf, clutching her side. "We made it, by some miracle." Ron collapsed onto the floor. Never again. Never, ever again. Harry eased Corvin down onto a bench. The boy's face was as pale as parchment, his breathing shallow but steady. "You're safe," Harry said softly. Corvin shook his head, a haunted look filling his eyes. "The memory, when it was torn from me, I felt its rage. It will never stop wanting what it was promised." Hermione knelt beside him. "The seal is ancient and powerful. It held before, and now it holds again. You are free from its grasp." Corvin swallowed hard. "Free, but not untouched. I can still feel where it was. Like a scar." Harry met his gaze. "Scars don't define us. They remind us of what we've survived." Corvin looked down, absorbing his words. Before more could be said, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. Lantern light spilled into the chamber, followed by Professor McGonagall's stern silhouette. Behind her came Professors Flitwick and Sprout, their expressions tense with worry. McGonagall's eyes swept over the scattered dust, the cracks in the walls, and the 4 exhausted students. "What?" she said in a voice trembling with controlled fury. "Has occurred here?" Hermione stepped forward. "Professor, the disturbance beneath the castle. We located the source. It was a corrupted magical construct, a memory bound by Voldemort long ago." Flitwick gasped softly. Sprout paled. McGonagall turned her keen gaze upon Corvin. "Is this true?" Corvin bowed his head. "Yes, Professor. It sought to claim me, but they stopped it. They saved me." Harry watched McGonagall closely. Her sternness softened, though only slightly. "Explain everything," she said. And they did. Harry recounted the tunnels, the awakening orb, the violent surge of magic. Hermione detailed the protective sigils and the isolation seal. Ron, still shaken, added his own account of the cavern's collapse. Corvin spoke last, describing the memory's attempts to claim him. When all was told, the professors exchanged grave looks. Flitwick murmured, "Memory constructs of such magnitude are extremely rare and extremely dangerous." Sprout whispered, "To think Voldemort prepared such a thing." McGonagall approached Corvin and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "You have suffered greatly. No student should bear the burden of another's darkness." Her voice gentled. "For now, you will remain under protective supervision. The staff will ensure no lingering shadow follows you." Corvin nodded gratefully. McGonagall then turned to the trio. "And you three, while your actions were reckless beyond measure, have once again prevented catastrophe." Her eyes glinted with reluctant admiration. 5 points to each house represented among you. Ron blinked. Only 5? Harry elbowed him sharply. McGonagall continued. "This matter is not finished. The chamber must be examined, the seal reinforced. Above all, the memory core must not be allowed to stir again." A ripple of unease moved through the group. Even sealed, the fragment of Voldemort's will felt like a storm caught behind glass, contained but dangerous. As the professors escorted them back to the upper levels, Harry felt Corvin walking beside him with slow, unsure steps. The cold weight that once clung to him was lighter now, though not gone entirely. At last, they reached the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey fussed over their dusty clothes and minor injuries. Corvin was guided to a bed, where he sank beneath warm blankets with a sigh of exhaustion. Harry lingered. Corvin looked up. "Why did you help me? You could have left me to the professors, or let the memory have me. Many would have." Harry sat on the edge of the bed. "I know what it's like to be marked by Voldemort, to feel something dark trying to shape who you become." His voice softened. "But you fought it. That means you're stronger than it ever expected." Corvin swallowed, eyes glistening. "I don't feel strong." "Strength isn't how you feel," Harry replied. "It's what you choose." Corvin nodded. As Harry turned to leave, Corvin spoke again. "Will it try to break free?" Harry paused. "Maybe. But when it does, if it does, you won't face it alone." When Harry rejoined Ron and Hermione in the corridor, Ron muttered, "Does this mean we've saved Hogwarts again? Because I'm not sure I've got enough nerves left for another round." Hermione sighed. "I fear this is far from over." Harry gazed toward the distant floors below. Beneath the castle, the ancient seal pulsed like a weakening heartbeat, holding a fractured darkness that refused to be forgotten. "For now," he said quietly, "we've bought time." And though the halls of Hogwarts stood calm once more, the trio knew the peace would not last. Something old and angry had awakened beneath the stone, and it had not yet accepted defeat. Days passed beneath a thin veil of uneasy calm. Hogwarts resumed its rhythm, lessons echoing through stone corridors, owls sweeping across the morning sky, and laughter drifting from common rooms. But beneath it all lay an unspoken tension. Students whispered of tremors, strange drafts, and flickering lights that seemed too deliberate to be chance. Harry, Ron, and Hermione carried the weight of the underground chamber like a secret stone in their pockets. Even as they attended classes, their minds returned again and again to the seal and the imprisoned memory core pulsing behind it. Corvin remained in the hospital wing under the watch of Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall. Each day Harry visited, and each day Corvin seemed a little stronger, though shadows still lingered behind his eyes, as if the memory had left fingerprints on his thoughts. One crisp evening near twilight, Harry found Corvin sitting upright, staring out the window at the reddening sky. "It's quieter," Corvin said without turning. "Like a storm that's passed, but still rumbling on the horizon." Harry took a seat. "You'll heal." Corvin hesitated. "What if I don't? What if some part of it stayed inside me?" Harry answered carefully. "If you ever feel it stirring, tell us. No secrets, no shame." Corvin's hands tightened slightly around the blanket. "I don't want to be a danger." "You're not," Harry said firmly. "You're someone who fought harder than most ever will." For the first time since the ordeal, Corvin gave a faint, genuine smile. But as Harry walked back to the common room, a strange chill crept through the corridors, making the torchlight tremble. The castle felt watchful, as though something unseen moved through its ancient veins. When Harry reached the common room, Hermione was waiting, parchment in hand, and worry etched across her face. "Harry," she said the moment she saw him, "we may have a problem." Ron looked equally uneasy. "A big one." Harry sat down. "What happened?" Hermione spread the parchment across the table. It showed the floor plans of the castle, except several sections were highlighted in shifting ink. "The magical disturbances are spreading," she said. "Professor Flitwick and Professor Vector have been measuring fluctuations in the wards. They're appearing in places far from the sealed chamber." Ron tapped one of the marked areas. The north tower flickered earlier, nearly threw Seamus off a staircase. Harry frowned. "So the memory core's confinement is weakening the wards?" Hermione shook her head slowly. "Or something is drawing power from them." A low rumble vibrated through the floor, so subtle it might have been missed, yet the three of them froze instantly. "Did you feel that?" Ron whispered. Harry stood. "It came from below." They exchanged grim looks. Later that night, when the castle had fallen into uneasy stillness, the trio slipped out again. Moonlight spilled through tall windows, silvering the stone floors. Every sound seemed sharper after the recent tremors, the creak of beams, the faint rustle of portraits turning in their frames. As they approached the lower potion stores, Hermione halted suddenly, raising her wand. "Something's wrong," she whispered. A cold draft swept through the corridor. The torches guttered and dimmed, casting long, distorted shadows. Harry felt it too, the faint pressure of unnatural magic, like fingers brushing the back of his neck. When they reached the stone wall that concealed the secret entrance, Harry pressed his palm to it. The stone was warm. Not warm like sunlight or torch heat, but warm like something alive beneath the surface. Ron stepped back. "That's not right, is it?" "No," Harry murmured. "It isn't." The wall trembled slightly under his touch, as though reacting to their presence. Hermione examined it closely. The seal below must be under stress. If the memory core pushes hard enough, the castle's defenses will shift to compensate. That's why the wards are fluctuating. Harry drew a slow breath. "We need to check the chamber." Ron's face paled. "You want to go back in?" "We have to," Harry said. "If the seal breaks, Corvin will be the first to feel it." Hermione touched the wall with her wand. Soft runes glimmered faintly, new ones, unfamiliar, written by the castle itself. "Look," she whispered. "It's trying to reinforce the barrier. Hogwarts is literally fighting to hold the darkness in place." But as she traced the glowing lines, one rune flickered violently, then another. Then the entire wall shuddered, emitting a low groan. "Stand back!" Harry shouted. The stone surface rippled like disturbed water. For a heartbeat, the crackling glow of the ancient runes brightened, and then the wall snapped open with a fierce burst of air, like a gasp torn from deep lungs. A blast of cold surged out, extinguishing several torches. Hermione steadied her lantern. "It's worse than before. Whatever we sealed away, it's testing the boundaries." The tunnel beyond looked darker than ever, as though light struggled to remain inside it. Harry took the first step. But as he did, a low whisper drifted from the shadows. Not Voldemort's echo, not the cold memory voice they had heard before. This whisper was softer, fragile, almost pleading. "Help me." Harry froze. The voice repeated, faint as the rustling of leaves. "Help me." Ron swallowed. "Tell me that was just the wind." but Harry already knew it wasn't. He stepped closer, but Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry, that wasn't the memory. The construct had Voldemort's voice. This sounded human. Harry nodded slowly, which means someone, or something, is inside. Ron's face twisted, but no one's been down there except us. Hermione's lantern flickered. Unless, they said it aloud together. Corvin. Harry turned and ran. They sprinted back through the upper corridors, racing toward the hospital wing. The castle seemed to pulse around them with deep, mournful resonance. When they reached the ward, the lanterns inside flickered wildly. Madame Pomfrey lay slumped in a chair, stunned but breathing. Corvin's bed was empty, the sheets twisted, the pillow fallen, the window open to the cold night. Hermione's voice broke the silence. He heard the whisper. Ron's face drained of color. He went back down there. Harry stared at the empty bed, dread tightening around his chest. "No," he whispered. It called to him, and he answered. Without another word, Harry bolted from the ward. The others followed. Far below, deep within the earth, something old and furious stirred, its prison cracking, its hunger sharpened. And now, the one it had been crafted for, the one whose blood answered its call, was walking willingly into the darkness. Harry ran as though the castle itself were falling behind him. His footsteps pounded across stone floors, echoing through stairwells that spiraled downward into colder, darker depths. Hermione and Ron followed close behind, breathless, pale with fear. Why would he go alone? Ron gasped as they descended another flight. He didn't choose, Hermione replied, voice tight with dread. The whisper we heard, it wasn't a plea, it was a lure. Harry clenched his jaw, and Corvin was already weakened. If the memory called him, he wouldn't have stood a chance. They reached the lower potion stores, lantern light flickering wildly as they skidded across the familiar chamber. Already, the stone wall trembled, cracks glowing faintly along its surface like veins filled with sickly light. "Open!" Harry commanded, slamming his hand against the stone. At once, the castle responded. The wall shuddered, then split open with a grinding roar, pulling back to reveal the tunnel beyond. A gust of freezing air burst forth, stinging their faces and dimming their lanterns. Harry stepped through without hesitation. Ron whispered, "It's darker than before, much darker." The tunnel swallowed them in a suffocating gloom. The air hummed with an eerie resonance, like distant chanting, layered 100 times over. Shadows clung to the walls, writhing in unnatural shapes. Hermione steadied her breath. The seal must be weakening. That's why the magic feels so unstable. Harry felt the ground vibrating beneath his boots, a slow, pulsing thrum, like the heartbeat of something ancient, buried, and hungry. As they rounded the final bend, a soft glow appeared ahead, but it was not lantern light. It was pale, shifting silver. They entered the cavern. The sight struck them silent. The chamber had changed again. Worse, far worse. Cracks spiderwebbed across the pillars, glowing from within like molten lines. The air shimmered with drifting particles of silver mist. The shattered platform pulsed, veins of light crawling across its surface. And at the center of the cavern stood Corvin. He looked as though caught in a dream. Eyes unfocused, face drained of color, hair lifted slightly as if by a breeze no one could feel. Tendrils of light curled around him, not yet touching but circling like curious serpents. "Corvin!" Harry shouted. The boy's head twitched, as though he heard something through layers of water. Slowly, his eyes turned toward Harry, but there was confusion there, and a deep, distant pain. "Harry, I didn't want to come," he whispered, It pulled me. I tried to fight, but the whisper wasn't outside. It was already inside me. Hermione's face tightened with sorrow. He never fully healed. Corvin shook violently, gripping his head. It's louder now. It says I belong to it. From the platform came a sudden flare. The imprisoned memory surged against the seal, silver fire bursting upward like a column. The ancient sigil Hermione had activated glowed fiercely, resisting with flickering light. Ron shielded his eyes. It's breaking loose. Hermione raised her wand. No, the seal isn't failing. It's transforming. Indeed, the golden sigil stretched and twisted, reshaping itself into a glowing lattice of symbols extending toward Corvin like a net. Harry understood. The seal wants to bind him, he said coldly. It thinks he's the threat. Hermione's breath caught. It's reacting to the trace of the memory inside him. Corvin backed away in terror, but the lattice followed, humming with ancient power. No, Corvin cried. I won't go back. I won't be trapped. Harry ran between them, wand raised. Stop! The ancient magic recoiled slightly, hesitating, but the memory didn't. A roar of psychic force swept across the chamber, hurling dust and stone in all directions. Corvin fell to his knees, screaming as tendrils of light lashed toward him with renewed hunger. Hermione shouted, Harry! The memory is pulling him into a full merge again! Ron grabbed Harry's arm. We've got to sever it or we lose him! Harry turned to Hermione. Tell us how. Hermione shook her head helplessly. I don't know yet. The seal wants to recontain the memory, but it may consume Corvin in the process. We need another way. The chamber convulsed with a massive tremor. Chunks of stone fell from above, crashing around them. The memory surged again, this time forming a clearer shape, a silhouette made of swirling mist, tall, gaunt, cloaked. Ron swore under his breath. No, 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 no. The silhouette was not Voldemort, yet it carried the echo of him, a distorted reflection of his presence, a fragment of who he had been, shaped not by a soul, but by remembered malice. It reached toward Corvin. Corvin gasped. It's taking my name, my thoughts. It wants to hollow me out. Harry ran to him, gripping his arm. Fight it. You are not its heir. Corvin trembled violently. I'm trying, but it's showing me things, visions, power I never asked for. Hermione raised her wand again. Ron, help me reinforce the seal. If we strengthen the isolation charm, we might redirect the memory's pull. Ron nodded, determination cutting through his fear. Together, they aimed their wands at the glowing lattice. Light burst forth, gold meeting silver. The chamber blazed. The memory shrieked, an unearthly sound that twisted the air. The swirling mist fractured, pulled in two directions at once, toward Corvin and toward the seal. Corvin collapsed, gasping. I can't hold. Harry held him firmly. You are stronger than it. You proved that before. Corvin squeezed his eyes shut. Harry, if I give in, promise me you'll stop me. Harry responded without hesitation. I won't need to. You're going to win. Corvin let out a broken breath, somewhere between a sob and a laugh. At that moment, the seal surged. A wave of golden force burst outward, catching the memory core in full. The silver mist recoiled violently, flailing like a creature in pain. The cavern echoed with a thunderous crack as the lattice closed tighter. But the memory did not break. Instead, it split. One half drawn toward the seal, the other flinging itself at Corvin with ferocious desperation. Harry acted on instinct. He stepped directly in its path. The silver mist struck him like icy fire. Pain exploded behind his eyes. Visions, screams, fragments of Voldemort's ancient will. But Harry pushed back with sheer force of will, refusing to let the memory inside. "You cannot have him," he thought fiercely. "You cannot have anyone." With a howl, the mist recoiled. Hermione cried out, "Harry! The seal is holding the larger fragment. The smaller one must be destroyed." Ron shouted, "But how?" Harry steadied himself, breath ragged. He looked at Corvin, pale, trembling, terrified, yet still resisting, and he understood. "This fragment needs a host," Harry said, "but it can't take one unless someone lets it." He raised his wand. "Together," he told them. "All of us." Hermione and Ron joined him instantly. Corvin lifted his trembling hand too. Light gathered. 4 voices, 4 wills. They struck. Gold, red, blue, and silver spellfire merged into a single blazing wave. It enveloped the remaining mist, crushing it under the combined weight of their magic. The smaller fragment screamed and shattered like glass. Silence fell. The glowing lattice dimmed, sealing the main fragment once more, deep within the ancient sigil. The cavern stilled. Corvin collapsed fully, though now with relief rather than agony. Harry caught him, heart pounding. "It's over," Hermione whispered. Ron exhaled shakily. "Please tell me that was the last of it." But deep beneath the platform, the seal pulsed once. A heartbeat, a warning. Harry stared at it with dread. "No," he said softly. "It wasn't the last." The memory core had survived, and something about the way it pulsed, slow, deliberate, felt not weaker, but aware. A heavy stillness settled over the cavern, so complete that even the dust seemed hesitant to fall. The single pulse from the seal faded into silence, but its echo lingered in Harry's bones like the memory of distant thunder. He kept his arm around Corvin, feeling the boy's trembling ease little by little. Ron wiped sweat from his brow. "I'm starting to think this place doesn't want us to leave alive." Hermione, still catching her breath, stepped closer to the glowing sigil embedded in the pillar. "The seal is holding, for now, but the magic feels different, as though the fragment has become conscious of its prison." Harry stood slowly, helping Corvin to his feet. "It knows we're trying to stop it." Corvin swayed, bracing himself. "I can still feel it, like a presence just beyond the edge of thought. It's furious." His voice trembled. "Because we denied it what it needed. Then we've weakened it," Ron said quickly. "Right? That smaller piece we destroyed. That had to mean something." Hermione's expression darkened. "It means the main fragment will be more careful and more cunning." That grim truth pressed upon them as they made their way out of the cavern. The tunnel felt narrower than before, as though the castle had drawn its corridors tighter in quiet vigilance. Their lanterns flickered, casting shadows that twisted oddly along the walls. Corvin glanced back once. "It isn't calling me anymore," he murmured. "But it's watching." Harry walked beside him. "Then we stay a step ahead of it." At last, they reached the potion stores, and the walls sealed shut once more behind them, this time with a shudder that felt like a weary sigh. The air beyond the hidden passage seemed warmer, safer, though none of them relaxed fully. When they escorted Corvin back to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey awakened with a jolt, startled but unharmed. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick soon arrived, faces stormy with concern. Harry briefly explained what had happened, how Corvin had been drawn into the depths, how the fragment had tried again to merge, and how they fought it back. McGonagall looked at Corvin with stern compassion. "You must not leave supervised areas again, not until we understand the full extent of Voldemort's craft." Corvin nodded weakly. "I didn't mean to. I won't let it happen again. You may not have a choice, Flitwick said gently. Dark constructs of this nature are persistent. They adapt. Hermione added, but the isolation seal is holding. That gives us time. Ron muttered, let's just hope it's time enough. The professors discussed strengthening the wards and increasing protective enchantments around Corvin's room. By the time they departed, night had deepened outside the tall windows, draping the castle in heavy velvet darkness. Harry, Ron, and Hermione lingered in the quiet corridor. Hermione folded her arms. We need to understand the memory core more deeply. It wasn't just a remnant, it was a design. Voldemort intended for it to survive him. Ron grimaced. Makes sense. He always planned for everything. Except, losing. Harry looked toward the stairs. He meant for his heir to finish what he started. But it wasn't only Corvin's bloodline he counted on. Hermione blinked. What do you mean? Harry's voice dropped. The memory wasn't shaped solely by Voldemort's will. Some parts of it felt older, almost as if he borrowed ancient magic he never fully understood. Hermione's eyes widened. If he bound his spell to something already buried under Hogwarts... Ron groaned. Please don't say what I think you're saying. Harry finished quietly. Then the memory core is only part of something larger. For a moment, none of them spoke. They returned to Gryffindor Tower in uneasy silence. The common room was empty, lit only by the dying glow of embers. Ron collapsed into an armchair, clutching a pillow like a lifeline. Hermione sank onto the sofa, gaze distant, mind already racing. Harry stood before the fire, staring into the flames. It's changing, he said softly. Each time we confront it, it grows more aware, less like an echo, more like an intelligence. Hermione nodded. Because it's adapting to survive, and because it tasted Corvin's thoughts. Even a moment of contact would teach it how minds work. Ron paled. Brilliant. Now we're fighting a learning ghost. Harry turned away from the fire. No, not a ghost. A plan. A remnant of Voldemort designed to continue growing until it found the right host. Hermione spoke slowly. But now that Corvin resisted, it will search for another path, another weakness to exploit. Harry's jaw tightened. Then we find its weaknesses first. For the next days, they scoured the library. Old tomes describing forbidden memory spells, half-legible parchments on ancient consciousness-binding rituals, and forgotten notes written by long-dead scholars. All were gathered, examined, debated. Corvin joined them when Madame Pomfrey permitted, though he tired quickly. The shadows under his eyes deepened. Sleep brought him no rest. Hermione recorded the disturbances around him. You're not being controlled anymore, she assured him. But the fragment is still probing, testing, looking for cracks in your defenses. Corvin shivered. I don't know how long I can resist something that never sleeps. Ron gave him a gentle thump on the shoulder. That's what you've got us for. Yet despite their growing determination, something ominous grew alongside their efforts. The castle itself began to change. Torches flickered even without drafts. The staircases shifted at odd moments. Portraits whispered nervously to one another. Once, Harry could have sworn that the shadow behind a pillar moved, even though no one stood near it. And every so often, a faint pulse trembled through the floors, like an echo from far below. One evening as they studied in the quiet of the common room, Corvin suddenly pressed a hand to his temple. Did you feel that? He whispered. Harry leaned forward. What? Corvin's voice trembled. A ripple, not from inside me, from below, as if the seal exhaled. Hermione stiffened. The fragment is growing restless. No, Corvin whispered. It's growing aware. Ron frowned. Aware of what? Corvin lifted his gaze slowly, dread filling his eyes. Of us. A chill fell over the room. Even the fire seemed to shrink, its glow dimming. Harry stood abruptly. We need to alert McGonagall. The seal may weaken again. But before he took a step, a deep noise vibrated through the castle, the unmistakable rumble of ancient stone shifting. Hermione gasped. That came from directly beneath the hospital wing. Ron paled. That's where Corvin sleeps. Corvin clenched his fists. It isn't calling me this time. It's listening, waiting. Harry felt a cold certainty settle in his chest. It knows we're trying to defeat it, he whispered, and now it's watching for its chance to strike back. The castle shuddered again, faint but distinct. Some distant part of the ancient chamber was changing, straining, preparing. Harry met the other's eyes. This isn't just about stopping the memory anymore. It's about stopping what it's becoming. And far below their feet, in the depths where silence once reigned, a faint silver glow pulsed like a heartbeat, steady, patient, and awakening. The next morning dawned gray and cold, as though the sky itself sensed the shifting pulse beneath the castle. Mist clung to the grounds, and a shiver passed through the great hall as students filtered in for breakfast. Whispers traveled faster than spoons and teacups, rumors of trembling floors, drifting chills, and a strange hum that some claimed to hear in the very walls. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances as they ate. Corvin had been kept in a private, warded chamber beside the hospital wing, but even from there the boy's fear had been evident. He'd slept poorly, waking with a start several times through the night, convinced someone, or something, was standing beside his bed. Hermione pushed her porridge aside. We need to examine the seal again. The fluctuations are growing worse. Ron groaned softly. Why can't evil magical constructs behave like normal curses and just stay put? Before Harry could answer, Professor McGonagall approached their table, her expression more severe than usual. Potter, Weasley, Granger, my office, immediately. They followed her through quiet corridors to her office, where several professors stood waiting. Flitwick, Sprout, and Vector. The atmosphere was tense, almost brittle. McGonagall folded her hands atop her desk. Another disturbance occurred shortly before dawn. The wards around the lower levels strained significantly. 3 portraits reported hearing a voice in the stone. Whose voice? Harry asked. Flitwick's usual cheer was absent. No one recognized it. It was described as layered, almost as if many voices spoke at once. Hermione paled. The fragment is evolving. It's merging with something else. Perhaps the old magic already present in the chamber. Vector stepped forward. We measured a rise in arcane pressure. Whatever is below is no longer dormant. It is reorganizing itself. Ron winced. That sounds worse than anything we've heard so far. McGonagall nodded sharply. It is worse, and we cannot allow it to grow unchecked. Potter, I understand that you 3 have been involved since the beginning. Therefore, I ask that you keep your eyes and instincts sharp. If the castle reacts again, you must inform us immediately. Harry exchanged glances with his friends. They nodded, but Harry felt the unspoken truth. They would not merely inform, they would act. Later that afternoon, Harry visited Corvin. The boy sat by the window of the warded chamber, sunken-eyed, staring at the courtyard far below. It's changing, Corvin murmured as Harry entered. The feel of it, Before it was like a whisper pushing inward. Now, it's waiting for me to come back. Harry sat beside him. Then we won't let it happen. Corvin closed his eyes. Harry, I don't know how much longer I can resist. I can feel its thoughts brushing mine. Not words, intent, like a tide pulling at my mind. Harry rested a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. We're with you, no matter how deep it reaches. Corvin's voice cracked. What if I break? You won't, Harry answered softly, because you're not facing it alone. But even he felt the growing strain, like a storm building underground. That evening, the castle trembled again. This time, every student felt it. Dinner halted as goblets rattled on long tables and lanterns shook in their iron hooks. A deep vibration rippled underfoot, as though something vast had shifted in the foundation. The hall erupted in frightened murmurs. Harry exchanged a sharp look with Hermione. We have to go. Ron nodded. Before the professors seal off the entire lower floor. They slipped away amid the commotion, descending once more into the dim, echoing depths of the castle. The torches burned lower here, their flames elongated, flickering strangely. A cold wind whistled through the corridor, though there were no windows, only stone. When they reached the lower potion stores, the secret wall was already quivering, runes glowing faintly as though resisting some pressure from within. Ready? Harry asked. No, Ron said honestly, but let's go anyway. Harry placed his hand upon the wall. It opened instantly. The tunnel beyond was nearly unrecognizable. The air shimmered with a silver haze, and veins of light pulsed through the stone like the glow of distant starlight. A faint humming sound vibrated through the passage, gentle, rhythmic, and deeply unsettling. Hermione whispered, "It's trying to reshape the space around it." They pressed forward, lanterns dimming until they were little more than glimmers. The hum grew louder, swelling like a heartbeat magnified through layers of rock. When they reached the cavern, Harry's breath caught. The chamber had transformed. What had once been cracked pillars and a broken platform had become something else entirely, an eerie reflection of memory and magic fused together. The pillars glowed like translucent bone. The platform had rebuilt itself, twisting upward into a spiral structure etched with shifting runes, and above it floated a vast sphere of silver mist, calm, swirling in silent, deliberate patterns. The main fragment. Hermione gasped. It's grown. It's stabilizing its shape. Ron whispered. Blimey. It's like it's building itself a body. Harry approached cautiously. It's preparing for something. But what? A sudden flicker rippled across the sphere's surface. Then a voice emerged, not Voldemort's echo this time, but something deeper, layered and resonant. I awaken. Hermione grabbed Harry's sleeve. It's communicating, not just projecting, it's aware. The sphere pulsed. Fragmented I was, contained I was, forgotten I was. A vessel came, a blood thread, a key. You severed the bond. You stole what was mine. Ron shook his head. Brilliant. It's angry at us. But I learn, the voice continued, growing sharper. I adapt. I remember more than he intended me to know. Harry felt a cold weight settle in his chest. It's not Voldemort, not exactly. Hermione nodded. It's becoming its own entity. The sphere brightened suddenly. The air is mine. Harry raised his wand. No. The chamber darkened at once, shadows stretching long as the sphere pulsed again. He will return. Harry stepped forward. He won't. You don't own him. A ripple of cold rolled across the cavern. Then you will bring him. The temperature dropped so abruptly that frost formed on the stones. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. "Harry," she whispered, terror threading her voice. "It's not going to wait. It's going to force Corvin back if we don't stop it now." Ron stared up at the swirling sphere. "But how do we stop something that's learning faster than we can think?" Harry's grip tightened around his wand. "We find its core," he said, "and we destroy it before it becomes something we can't control." But as he spoke, the vast sphere of mist pulsed once, slowly, deliberately, like a creature opening its eyes for the first time. And far above, somewhere in the hospital wing, Corvin Mulciber awoke with a scream. Corvin's scream echoed faintly even through the earthbound halls, a ghostly cry carried down into the depths where Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood staring at the vast sphere of sentient mist. The sound was distant, yet unmistakable. Raw fear, laced with a pain that was not physical. Harry's heart lurched. "It's reaching for him," he said sharply. "We have to go, now." But the sphere pulsed again, sending a wave of cold magic cascading through the cavern. The stone rippled beneath their feet, warping like softened wax. "He awakens to me," the layered voice whispered. "He remembers what you tried to sever." Ron backed up a step. "Nope, absolutely not. We're not staying here with that thing." Hermione pulled Harry's sleeve urgently. "Corvin is in danger. If the memory forces its way through the wards, he may not survive another attack." Harry nodded. "Then we move." As they turned to flee, the sphere contracted sharply, as if preparing to strike. The tunnel entrance distorted, stretching and narrowing at once, like a throat closing. Hermione gasped. "It's trying to trap us!" "Run!" Harry shouted. They sprinted, lanterns flickering wildly. The cavern shook violently, stones raining from above. The tendrils of silver mist lashed outward, striking the ground just behind them with bursts of cold fire. Ron stumbled as the floor buckled. Harry grabbed his arm, hauling him upright. The tunnel entrance shrank further, the stone constricting unnaturally. Hermione cast a blasting charm, widening the passage just long enough for them to dive through. As they scrambled into the potion stores, the wall slammed shut behind them with a deafening crack. Harry staggered forward, bracing himself against a shelf that rattled from the impact. His breath came in harsh gasps. Ron collapsed to his knees. "That was too close. That thing is trying to kill us now." Harry shook his head. "It's trying to isolate us, to weaken us." Hermione's expression had hardened into fierce determination. "We can't let it reach Corvin again. We must get to him before it does." They raced through the corridors. The castle groaned around them, staircases trembling, portraits murmuring anxiously in their frames. When they reached the hospital wing, they found chaos. The protective wards around Corvin's chamber flickered wildly, golden shields twisting as though under immense pressure. Professor McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout stood outside, wands drawn, reinforcing the enchantments with urgent sweeps of magic. "Professor," Harry called. McGonagall turned, her face ashen. "The memory core is attempting to breach the wards. We cannot hold much longer." A new scream tore through the air, from inside Corvin's room. Harry lunged forward, but McGonagall held out an arm. "Potter, no. The pressure may rebound dangerously." But Harry's voice cut through her warning. "He needs us. It's calling him down there. If we don't reach him first, it'll drag him back." Flitwick's eyes widened. Of course, its magic is incomplete. It seeks the missing fragment it once held within him. Hermione stepped forward. "Professor, if you open the ward for just a moment, we can reach Corvin and stabilize him from within." McGonagall hesitated, jaw tightening. "Very well." But be swift. I will not risk losing any of you." She struck the ward with a precise counterspell. The shimmering barrier flickered, just long enough for the trio to slip inside. The moment they entered, the chamber erupted with swirling silver wind. Corvin writhed on the bed, clutching his head as shivers of light erupted from his skin like sparks. His eyes were wide, unfocused, staring into a vision only he could see. "Corvin!" Harry shouted over the rising roar. "Fight it! You're stronger than it!" The boy's voice cracked. "It's not calling now. It's commanding. It wants me to open the way. It's showing me the path back to the chamber. I can't block it out. I can't." Hermione seized his hand. "You resisted before. Resist again." Corvin trembled violently. "It's not the same. It's grown. It thinks. It knows my thoughts. Every counter I try, it twists around." Ron braced the bed to keep it from sliding across the trembling floor. "Then let's twist back." But the storm within Corvin surged. Silver light ripped through the air, striking the walls like lightning. The entire chamber shook, the stone groaning. Harry leaned close, gripping Corvin by the shoulders. "Look at me. Corvin, you are not its heir." For a moment, Corvin's eyes cleared. A spark of will flickered. And then, the world exploded in light. A shockwave burst from Corvin, flinging Harry, Ron, and Hermione across the room. The lantern shattered. Papers flew. The wards outside screamed with magical tension. Corvin slowly rose, not by standing, but by being lifted by the swirling currents of magic. His feet hung inches above the floor. His eyes glowed as pale as moonlight. Hermione whispered, horrified, "It's trying to use him as a conduit." Corvin's voice echoed, layered, not his own. "The way opens. The vessel returns. The legacy endures." Harry forced himself up, ignoring the pain in his back. "No, you're not a vessel. You're Corvin Mulciber." The boy shuddered. "Harry, help me." Then he collapsed to the floor as the light abruptly snapped inward. The room went still. Hermione pressed her fingers to Corvin's throat. "He's alive, but the connection is deepening." Ron muttered, "It nearly took him right here. What'll happen the next time?" Harry stood slowly, dread sinking through him like sinking stone. The memory core was no longer content to wait in its prison. It had found a way to reach through Corvin's mind, bridging the gap between the sealed chamber and the living world. Corvin stirred weakly. "It wants to break free," he whispered, "and it needs me to do it." Harry looked toward the floor, imagining the shifting cavern far below, with its glowing pillars and swirling sphere. "It's preparing for something," he said. "A final attempt." Hermione swallowed hard. "Then we must do the same." Ron nodded firmly. "So what's the plan? Break the seal? Strengthen it? Destroy that thing entirely?" Hermione hesitated. "Destroying it may not be simple. It's not just Voldemort's memory anymore. It's becoming a true entity." Corvin whispered. "If it breaks free, it won't need me anymore. It'll be its own master." Harry felt the cold truth settle in. "If it becomes whole," he said, "we won't be facing a remnant of Voldemort." He met their eyes, voice low. "We'll be facing something new, born of him, but not bound by his mistakes." Outside, the castle trembled again, stronger this time. And deep beneath the stone, the sealed chamber pulsed in answer, anticipating the moment when its awakening would be complete. Night returned to Hogwarts with a heavy cloak, muffling sound and swallowing torchlight, until the castle seemed suspended in shadow. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Corvin gathered in the abandoned classroom, where they had hidden to plan before many times. Now it felt like a war room, the air thick with urgency. Books lay open on every desk, ancient texts of magic so old The ink was nearly dust. Hermione paced before them with determined steps. "The fragment is no longer a memory," she said at last. "It has passed some threshold. It is separate from Voldemort, and yet shaped by him, and it is becoming whole." Ron shivered. A whole new Dark Lord, without a body, without limits, without anything that makes a person breakable. Corvin sat at the end of the long table, pale but resolute. "It wants freedom. The seal below is its final barrier, and it wants me to tear it open." Harry leaned forward. "Then our goal is clear. We stop it before it forces you, or anyone, to free it." Hermione nodded grimly. "We must return to the chamber." Ron groaned softly. "I was afraid you'd say that." Corvin lifted his eyes. "This ends tonight. I can feel its magic cresting. It's gathering power to make a final push." Harry offered him a steady gaze. "Then we meet it head-on before it can strike." They left the classroom in silence, each step echoing like a heartbeat down the long corridors. The castle seemed to lean toward them, listening, watching, ancient stones trembling with the pressure building far below. By the time they reached the lower potion stores, the temperature had fallen sharply. Frost glittered along the shelves. A thin silver mist seeped from cracks in the stone floor. Hermione raised her wand. "It's bleeding through the wards." Ron muttered under his breath. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Harry touched the stone wall concealing the secret passage. It opened violently, as though forced by a power behind it. Cold air blasted outward, carrying the faint echo of that layered voice. "Come." The tunnel beyond looked twisted, as though warped by magic so strong it bent the very shape of space. Light refused to cling to the walls. Their lanterns dimmed. Corvin breathed sharply. "It knows we're here." Harry placed a hand on his shoulder. "And we won't let it control you." They entered. The descent felt shorter this time, wrongly short, as though the path had curled inward, drawing them to the heart of the disturbance. The humming sound had grown into a steady, resonant chant. Hermione whispered, "It's calling runes awake in the stone." Ron whimpered softly. "Tell the runes to go back to sleep." When they stepped into the cavern, the transformation was complete. The chamber no longer resembled anything crafted by mortal hands. It had become a cathedral of shifting light. Pillars pulsed like living veins. Runes spiraled through the air like stars caught in a vortex. And at the center, the sphere had solidified into a towering column of silver flame, swaying like a bonfire yet cold as moonlit frost. Corvin fell to his knees, hands pressed to his skull. Harry crouched beside him. "Stay with us." The column pulsed. A voice rose from it, layered like the harmonies of ghosts. "I am no longer bound by his will. I am the echo made whole. The heir's blood awakened me, and through him the seal shall break." Hermione shouted back, "Corvin isn't your heir. His blood does not decide his destiny." The voice rippled with dark amusement. His blood opened the path. His mind shaped the void. "He is my beginning, and my key." Corvin cried out again, this time not in fear, but fury. "I am not yours!" The column shuddered, and a tendril of light lashed toward him. Harry leapt forward, shielding the boy. The cold fire grazed his shoulder, searing not flesh, but thought. His vision blurred with memories that were not his, fragments of Voldemort's fury, grief, ambition. He forced them back. "No more," he shouted. "You don't get him. You don't get anyone." The cavern roared with psychic force. Hermione and Ron moved to the platform. "We need to disrupt the seal entirely," Hermione yelled. "Not break it, rewrite it." Ron's eyes widened. "Rewrite ancient magic? How?" Hermione's wand traced frantic runes in the air. With all of us, with intention stronger than the memory's hunger. Harry looked down at Corvin. You hear that? You're part of this. You choose your future, not it. Corvin trembled, but he stood. Together, the four stepped onto the platform. Harry felt the old sigils beneath his boots, trembling as if uncertain of their loyalty. Tendrils of cold fire whipped around them, testing, probing, striking like lightning. Hermione shouted, "Focus! Hold your ground!" She raised her wand, tracing glowing lines that wove into the old seal. Ron mirrored her, lending his strength. Harry and Corvin placed their hands upon the central rune. The column of silver flame screamed, a sound of shattering glass and howling wind. "You cannot unmake what he forged in darkness," Harry shouted back. "You are only a shadow of him, and shadows vanish in light." Hermione cried, "Now! All together!" Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Corvin poured their combined magic into the sigils. Light erupted. Gold, red, silver, and blue spiraled upward, entwining into a brilliant beam that struck the heart of the column. The silver flame recoiled. It writhed. It cracked. "No!" The voice shrieked, unraveling. "I am the Heir." The continuation, its form split apart, shredding into ribbons of light that dissolved into dust. The cavern shook violently. The pillars cracked, releasing bursts of energy. Runes flickered and died. A final pulse surged through the seal. And then a great silence fell, complete and final. The silver flame was gone. Only drifting motes of dull light remained. Hermione sagged against Ron. "It's over. I think it's truly over." Harry looked at Corvin, who stood trembling but free. For the first time since they met, the boy's eyes were clear. No shadows, no pull of dark magic. He whispered, "I don't hear it anymore. Not even an echo." Harry smiled faintly. "Then its hold is broken." But the cavern groaned. Stones crackled above them. Ron's eyes widened. "The chamber's collapsing. Time to leave." They sprinted, supporting each other as the ancient cave buckled and fractured. The tunnel twisted behind them, walls breaking apart as though the magic sustaining them had been severed. They burst into the lower potion stores, just as the entrance collapsed entirely, sealing away the ruins of the chamber forever. Dust settled. Silence returned. Hermione leaned against a wall, breathing hard. No more awakening, no more echoes. Corvin looked at them, awe and relief mingling in his eyes. "You saved me, and maybe the world." Harry shook his head gently. "We saved each other." Ron grinned weakly. "And no more trips underground for the rest of our lives." As they made their way back through the quiet corridors, dawn began to creep through the windows, casting pale gold upon the floors. It felt like a promise, the start of a day untouched by shadow. Corvin paused at a stairway, looking back only once. "Is it truly gone?" he asked softly. Harry nodded. "Yes. Not sealed, not waiting. Gone." And though the castle seemed to exhale with relief, its old stones resting after the great strain, there lingered a sense of respect, as though Hogwarts itself acknowledged the courage of those who had protected it. Together they walked toward the rising light, leaving the darkness behind. For the heir of the Dark Lord had not been claimed by shadow. He had chosen it.